Akoto Ampao. Kwame Akufu. Nana Asante Bediatu. Kweku Esirfi. Egbert Fable Jr. and Professor Ken Ajimaina Tifa.
Please, my lords, I appear for the president. First responding with me, Dr. Basit Aziz Bamba.
Please, Your Lordship, James Kwashi Aiden for the second respondent. And with me are my learned friends Anthony Darby, Stanley Amatefu, and Frida Bruce Apia, my lords.
If your lordships please, I appear for the third respondent, and with me my learned friend Samuel Kujo.
Doc, let me first congratulate you. I noticed the papers today that you've been asked to return back to your job at ADB. Congratulations.
I think you should stop reading too many newspapers.
Doc, I have in my hand exhibit MBC 34. MBC 34. That's the one I did. And the polling station name is Rata. AWURATA. AWURATA. And the polling station code is G191103. G191103. And this, Doc, is being exhibited as proof of overvoting. Can you look on the exhibit and tell me whether you can find any basis at all for that conclusion?
My Lords, given that we have deleted over 700 polling stations since we filed the affidavit, it would have been helpful if I could have checked to see if this is still part of our case. But if I have to just answer to it as it is, then...
So, the evidence is clear on the face of the pink sheet. On the face of the pink sheet, is there any basis upon which you arrived at the conclusion that there was overvoting?
Absolutely, my lords. On the face of this pink sheet, we have a lot of basis for classifying this particular polling station as one where overvoting took place.
Please,
my lords, overvoting, as we have defined it, is a situation where the total votes in the ballot box exceeds the number of ballots, voters given ballots to vote, or the number of ballots given, number of registered voters at the polling station. In this particular case, you have C1.
Say anything. If there's something, you point that out. If there's nothing, then we move fast.
Yes, the entry for the number of voters, the answer to C1. What is the number of ballots issued to voters on the polling station register? This section is required to be filled at the end of the poll, but before counting. And there's a reason. This is ballot accounting. It's zero.
Are you saying zero or there's
blank.
nothing? It's
there's
blank.
nothing in there.
Yeah, zero is not the same as blank.
C1. It's blank, my lords.
That's all.
I'm suggesting to you that there's no basis upon which you concluded and exhibited to this court that this particular pink sheet is proof of overvoting.
My lords.
The reason it's a blank.
Yes. My Lord, I have in my custody exhibit MBC 18. Your Lordships, I have done a list which I will tender. I just want to go through a couple of them and then I'll hand them over in bulk and tender the list. So, exhibit MBC 18, and the polling station name is Asuoso, ASUOSO. What's it, bro? LA Primary number 2. LA Primary number 2, and the polling station code is F372305. any basis upon which you could have concluded that there was overvoting on that exhibit?
Yes, my lord. C1 again is blank.
And that is proof of overvoting, yeah?
Yes, it's a proof that someone may have been hiding something by not filling C1.
Can I have that sheet again? Your candidate was resoundingly beaten at that polling station. Are you suggesting that the EC was trying to favor your candidate by undermining this sheet?
There was a resounding illegality in this polling station, and that illegality is overvoting. And if you don't fill in C1, it's the easiest way to hide overvoting. And this is why we classify it as overvoting. And this is why the second respondent requires that it be filled out before counting begins, so that you don't go back to change numbers subsequently.
Are you accusing the EC?
We are looking at the face of the pink sheet. It speaks for itself, my lord.
I have here exhibit MBC 203. And the polling station name, if I may try and spell it, NACHANSA, number 2. D primary, D/A primary. And the polling station code is H110601. Can you see anything there that would have given you some suggestion that there was overvoting?
I have 2 sheets here in front of me. Which one?
Not the earlier one. The one I just mentioned is the latter one.
What I can see is that there doesn't seem to be, there seems to be a cancelled entry on C1.
Essentially, C1 is unclear, is it not?
Seems to be a cancel. There's no basis to determine what C1 is.
Absolutely. Just into you, there's no basis for exhibiting this document as voting, as proof of overvoting.
Well, if there's no number for C1 or no basis to determine what it is, then there's no basis to determine that it was not overvoting.
Strange logic. May I have the earlier one so I can quote? I have in my custody Exhibit MBC 49. The name is D.A. Primary Bonquae, B-O-N-K-W-A-E. And the polling station code, B-O-N-K-W-A-E. And the polling station code is G183003. That has gone. That's the earlier one. Can you tell the court whether there is any indication on that sheet proving overvoting?
Yes, my lord. C1 is blank. And again, this is why you cannot determine what the rationale for leaving C1 blank. It had to be filled in as required. And so being blank is the result of classifying it as an overvoting situation.
Exhibit MBC 116, I suppose. Could you just call it out? It's your document, please. Tell me what exhibit number that is. Yeah, I want to, for the court to note the, can I have that back? Why don't you read out? I haven't given the details out here. Just to read out so that I'm not misquoted. This is exhibit. Just read out the exhibit number and I'll provide the rest of the details.
Exhibit number MBC H6 and
H6.
Is it H6? This one will not be part of the case that we are pursuing.
Can you show it to them now?
My lords, we have an exhibit showing the number of polling stations deleted from different categories, which is in evidence. May I be able to refer to it?
I haven't asked you questions to compare. I'm asking questions on the sheet. Well, I haven't asked any question on the sheet yet. We are just identifying
Witness
them.
asking leave of the court to refresh his memory for matters that are already in evidence. But Lord, we are talking of 11,000 plus polling stations. He possibly cannot have all in his head. And all he's asking the court is to be able to refer to matters that are already in evidence. We are here for nothing but the truth.
Lord, I haven't even asked a question for him to start referring to anything. I haven't asked any question in relation to the document yet. I would like to introduce the document properly before I have even asked the question.
Okay, go ahead. Report enough. Go ahead.
I didn't think I was fighting, my Lord.
Well, fighting has a contextual meaning.
Thank you. The polling station name is TIB or T/B. It's temporary booth. I think T/B, Karaga, Karaga, Abattoir. Karaga Abattoir. The rest of what is there I can't see, but the polling station is H170402. Pass it on. Now, Doc, is that a full pink sheet?
No, it isn't. And this is why I'm saying that I don't think this is part of our case. And if my laws would allow me to refresh my memory, I can confirm or not if it is part of with the exhibits already in evidence.
My Lord, my question is that, is there a basis on this sheet based on which overvoting could be ascertained?
There is no basis.
Good.
And this is why I want to refresh my memory to let the court know whether this is being counted. I don't think so.
May I have the sheet back, please? No, I'm not coming to that. My Lord, I have here Exhibit MBC 196. MBC 196. There is absolutely no other detail that is discernible from this sheet, but it was labeled in proof of overvoting. It has gone round already. Don't go.
This again is the same as what you just showed me, and there is really no basis, and this is why I'm telling you that I don't think it's part of our case. It's definitely, I'm sure, should be one of those that we've deleted.
You swore to an affidavit exhibiting the sheet, did you not?
Oh, we did. And when we came to court, we informed the court that we've reduced the number from 11,842 to 11,138. And we also made specific, gave the court information that we had decreased by a further 83. So there's nothing here that will speak to trying to mislead the court. Once we recognized that there were certain pink sheets that we could not sustain, we deleted them, and we've deleted about 700 pink sheets so far. And if you would only look at what we have in evidence, I think you would find that maybe you may not be making any substantive change to the results that we have presented.
I'm suggesting to you use each and every of these pink sheets in your so-called analysis.
Well, my lords, that is not true, and I would ask counsel to then allow me to tender in all the pink sheets that we used in the analysis so that he can see what the truth is. But he seems quite unwilling to do that for some reason.
You've had your day, sir. So on what basis do you include these in the first place? On what basis did you include them? You saw that these were plain sheets with nothing on them, and you labeled and tendered them in evidence?
These were plain sheets with nothing on them, including C1 being 0. When you review and you find that you cannot sustain it, you take it out. And I'm sure we have taken all of these out. So if you want to find out the truth, then let us tender in what we have actually considered. But you seem to be basing it on conjecture.
You have had your day. My Lord, exhibit MBC 93. Is that the one I just called? Yeah. MBC 193. The same as the previous one. It's not a full pink sheet, is it?
No, it isn't. I mean, in this category alone, amongst the 83, we deleted 53 polling stations just in this MBC category alone. And I'm sure some of these are amongst those that have been deleted.
Exhibit MBC 262.
From the 12,221, we deleted about 53 in the MBC, the overvoting category.
From 12,000?
I'm just talking about the global. We deleted from the 12,221, we deleted 83, about 53, I think, about 53 of which were relating to overvoting. But that is in evidence. The exhibit is there, so we can find out because it's already in evidence.
Your figures keep changing. This is the first time I'm hearing 12,000.
No, 11,221, not 12,000. If I spoke about 12,000, then maybe I misspoke. But 11,221, as I said yesterday.
Yes. Well, I have in my hands exhibit MBC 262. This time, the name is Court Hall. Court, C-O-U-R-T Hall, Akachi South. Court Hall, H-A-L-L, Akachi South. And the polling station code is D040153. D040153. The next one is of the same kind, and this is exhibit MBC, I believe this is H1. MBC H1, and the name is, beg your pardon,
The first one, go over it.
D040153. Exhibit MBC 262. 262.
The code is
D040153.
Court Hall, Akachi.
Court Hall, Akachi. And the second one is exhibit MBC 1, I think it's 171. And the name is I'm spelling ISHADIA. ISHADIA. Islamic, JHS. And the code is H170302. These are those full pink sheets, are they? They have gone through already.
Yes, they are not full pink sheets.
So there's no basis for determining whether or not they constitute overvoting.
That's correct, yeah.
But I'd like to hand over the rest to 43 of them. 43 outside what has been already shown to the witness. 43. 43. Well, actually, there are a couple more in there. Listen, it should be 45. 45. appears even from the list it's going to be tough to rhyme the sheets with the data because some are so completely illegible. They're not legible that you can't identify them with any code or so. If your lordship wouldn't mind, I can read out the exhibit numbers, simpliciter, or where or I can aggregate those that have and those that don't, because going through the list it's a bit
more than you can see, so read what you can see.
I mean, trying to rhyme that with the list. Once the list is disturbed, in terms of the way they've arranged it, there are some I can't even read anything on them except the.
You talk of lists. I thought you exhausted this yesterday. The list we have.
Beg your pardon, man.
It ends at 172.
It's a new list I prepared for these ones.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay. Well, so
another option is to have get maybe one of my colleagues here to sit with them and see if they can compile a longhand. Because what I have here is completely.
So
yes, my lord. I beg your pardon. Yes, my lord.
This is so different from what you're sitting to do now. I thought yesterday they were requesting for you to.
Yes, in advance of today. I couldn't have given them in advance.
But you are.
Yes, my lord. Like I said, I have difficulties to give my cross-examination ahead of the hearing. So.
Okay.
Very well.
All right. Quantify the time you may need to sort out this.
About half an hour.
And then we come back.
About half an hour, man.
Half an hour.
Because I like to do it with them.
Okay.
So we confirm the details.
Okay, then we'll take back our injury time. You have more. All right, so, yes.
1 second.
Order. You couldn't read them, yeah. And the polling station name is 7 Great Princes School. 7 Great Princes School. Exhibit MBC 93. and the polling station code is C081309. 7 Great Princes School, code C081309. Look at column C1. It's not sufficiently. Thank you. Look at column C1. You've seen it already. I just took it off. Now, is there a clear basis for alleging overvoting in this one?
Hello, so I'm still not sure if all of these sheets are part of our evidence. I just want to make a correction also to the record. I had said we had deleted 53 from the MBC. It's actually 57 that we deleted from the MBC category. And for the overvoting category as a whole, we deleted 239. So that I will go back.
Question. Is there anything on this face?
I'm coming in.
The rest is arguments.
Yes, I think the total number of C1 here I see as 733. Total ballots in the box I see as 763. And so that is a clear case of overvoting.
Total number of
ballots issued to voters
is what?
2733. The total in the ballot box is 763.
I'm suggesting to you that the number on C1 is actually quite unclear. Could be 1739, could be any number.
Ballots, even if it is 739, it is still overvoting.
But I'm suggesting to you that that number is completely unclear.
It is clear enough, 733, 739 as you say, but the numbers in the box are 768.
Let me get this clear. At first, you said the total number, I think, of issued ballots was 733.
Yes, my lord.
Whilst total in ballot box was 763.
768, my lord.
768.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's the one.
Yeah, in the ballot box is 763, and then C1 is 733.
I'm suggesting to you the number at C1 is unclear and that it cannot form the basis of saying that there was overvoting.
It's clear enough to me.
Yes, my lord.
Batch that you have given us a list.
No, my lord.
Another batch again.
This is another batch.
And so we are going to go through the process again.
I believe that's the only way, because I think he will have answers for each and every one.
They are different.
They are completely different from the set where it was completely unclear on the face of it. These ones have the numbers there. But based on those numbers, our position is that there was really no overvoting based on his definition.
So it's a different category.
They are different category altogether. Doc, look at exhibit MC201, MBC201, LA Primary School. I can't see the name of the town, but the polling station code is H190301B. 190301B. Now look at the number of total ballots in the box, NC1. Are they the same numbers? $788 on both sides. Are not correct.
That's correct.
So clearly, by your own definition, there's no overvoting, is there?
Well, let's add up the numbers.
Oh, I have a calculator here. I can lend you one, and it's not doctored. That's how they use it.
My lords, this is a typical example. The total here is 795. In the C1 box is 788, but it was hidden by writing the total as 788. So this is what you have to do by adding these numbers up yourself to find out if there is overvoting. So yes, Council, there was overvoting.
Yes, so what? There is 800 this. Do the maths for me. Now, I'll come back to that in a minute. Now, I have in my hand exhibit MBC 172. Exhibit MBC 172. And the polling station name is Bagurugu. Bagurugu JHS. Bagurugu JHS. And the code is I don't know what it is. I believe it's 171501. I think there's a second letter there. I'm not sure whether it's H or I, but the number is 171501. Oh, the code number is H171501. H171501, my lord. Yes, my Lord. I'll put it. Which one? The earlier one? Which is the earlier one? Yeah. I'll need it again. Now, whilst you're checking it up, I'm taking you back to the earlier exhibit. It was clear that what the officer did was just to lift the number from the bottom and repeated it in C1. Is that not correct?
I cannot read the officer's mind.
I'm suggesting to you that what clearly may have happened in this case was the officer just lifted the number contained at the total votes column and repeated that in CI column. It was clear error.
If all officers were doing that, maybe that is the way to do it. But they are under strict instructions to fill the form, and we are only going by the evidence on the face of the pink sheet. That is what we are going by.
Exactly, and I'm suggesting to you that the evidence on the pink sheet is that the total number at the bottom was just lifted and placed at C1.
C1 is the total number of voters, ballots that are issued to voters. And this is to be filled in before counting is done. So your suggestion is totally wrong. But if this was filled in before counting was done, how could it have been lifted and put there after counting is done?
Doctor, you agreed that much earlier in your testimony you said some of things were not done as they should have been done. Did you not?
Oh, we showed where they were not filled. But in terms of the sequence of filling, if you fill, you have to fill before counting is done. You cannot fill after counting is done. That in itself would be a violation.
Now, Doc, in all these situations that you claim there was overvoting, yes, my lord.
Before you proceed, do you agree with the tally done by the witness?
I agree. Yes, my lord.
You agree with
that tally was correct.
Oh, very well.
Yes. So these questions are based on the assumptions that the tally he did was correct. Now, I'm suggesting to you that there are numerous instances in which the presiding officers merely lifted numbers and repeated them in C1 in clear error.
I cannot agree with that. They filled the forms as it occurred at the polling station, and that is what we are looking at.
And I'm suggesting to you that there are many instances, in fact, where they did not even add the rejected ballots, but merely repeated the numbers in the C1 column.
We can only deal with the evidence on the face of the pink sheet. I cannot really go into the state of mind of a presiding officer.
Now, in those stations, Doc, you had polling agents?
Yes.
Now, do you know how sorting is done at the polling station level? You know they pick the sheets one by one and examine them. Is that correct?
You mean the ballot papers?
The ballot papers.
Yes.
And they sort out the rejected ballots
Yes.
And they sort out the spoiled ballots.
Yes.
And they take out foreign material, if there is any. Is that correct?
What is foreign material?
Could be strange ballots that have not been marked. Any?
Unmarked ballots are rejected in the rejected ballots column.
Absolutely.
So it's not foreign, it's just rejected.
When I say foreign, I mean things that, well, let's leave it at that. Now, all I'm saying is that at the end of sorting, every vote that is not a valid vote is taken out before counting. Is that not correct?
It is correct.
So that when counting is done, what is entered against the names of the candidates is what are actually valid votes.
That's correct.
Now, Doc, you do not challenge the votes that are indicated by the candidates on exhibit MBC 2201, do you? You do not challenge these results as representing.
We challenge the results if overvoting occurs. That means if overvoting occurs, those results cannot be legal.
Actually, Doc, I'm suggesting to you that your polling agents, as part of the sorting and counting, endorsed the results that were declared against each candidate's name.
They endorsed the irregularity. They witnessed the irregularity, not endorsed. They signed that the results represented exactly what happened at the polling station. That is what they are signing to.
And therefore, Doc, I'm suggesting to you that your suggestion of this accounting error being the basis to invalidate these votes completely based on a clear misunderstanding of the rules.
No, actually, the understanding of the rules, my lords, is right on the pink sheet. You have to fill in the various sections for ballot accounting. And if the ballot accounting is done and it is inconsistent, the pink sheet, the record of the election, my lords, is internally inconsistent, and you find overvoting, those votes are illegal. In fact, the second respondent made it very clear that if one above what verified voters is in the ballot box or as recorded on the pink sheet here, those votes in that polling station will be annulled. This was the understanding that we all went into the election with.
Doctor, are you suggesting that the votes attributed to each candidate were not verified votes?
Precisely. What we are saying is that the total number of verified voters is not consistent with the total number of ballots in the box. Once that total number of ballots in the box exceeds the total number of verified voters, you have overvoting.
Now, Doc, at these polling stations, you had polling agents, you said yes.
Yes.
Did they report to you orally or made complaint to the presiding officer that somebody voted who was not qualified to vote?
They signed the sheet, which witnessed the record of the election as it is represented on the sheet. So the issue of whether they complained to us is not the issue. The issue is that they said that this is what took place, and it is overvoting that took place.
Doc, I want a yes or no answer. Did you receive any written or oral complaint from your polling agents, either to you directly or in form in prescribed form to EC, that anybody voted at these polling stations illegally? Did you?
We did not receive any written complaint, but the complaint is embedded on the pink sheet. They witnessed that pink sheet with overvoting, my lords.
So as you sit here now, Doc, you don't have a single complaint of somebody being issued, for instance, with 2 ballots at a polling station, do you?
Oh, we had numerous complaints, as I said in my evidence in chief, right at the beginning, that there were so many irregularities taking place across the country. This was the basis on which we began to investigate these irregularities. But we had complaints all over the country with all these irregularities, and we had to find concrete evidence. You just can't take a complaint to court. You have to see what the record of the election is. And that evidence is on the face of the pink sheet. And this is what is before the court today.
Doc, at the beginning of the polling station, one of your communication directors went on air and said this is one of the cleanest elections he had seen at the beginning of the election by midday.
My lords, we are objecting to this question. It's not.
Well, raise your
not
objection.
Anywhere.
I'll respond to it.
Yes, it's not anywhere in the pleadings before the court, and it is not even relevant.
My lord, we've pleaded it. We've pleaded it. In fact, it is in General Mosquito. I'm sorry.
You have given Supreme Court blessing to the name General Mosquito.
Where's my second file? For the record, is Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketia. My Lord, if I may respectfully read paragraph 16 of Mr. Asiedu Nketia's. My Lord, I'm on my feet. I am responding to an objection.
But you don't control the court. My Lord, I said it is not in the pleadings. The affidavit is not pleadings. That's evidence before the court. But it was not in their answer. If it was, we would have taken up this matter in our affidavit. And in any event, we're talking about relevance. It is not relevant.
My Lord, the witness stands here and says that at the beginning of elections, they started receiving numerous calls. And we are saying that when this issue about biometric, etc. started, their high-level official went on air and said this was one of the cleanest elections he had ever seen. And you say it's not relevant? It is relevant. Anyhow, I am cross-examining him. Even if I haven't pleaded it, I can put it to him. He can deny that Mr. Ewuku did not make that statement. And then we will bring the appropriate recording. Ejaku. Bwashi Ejaku. May I read it respectfully? In general response to the various allegations made by petitioners, I say that in most of the polling stations in respect of which the petitioners have made claims, their own polling counting agents signed without complaint the pink sheets, and the current complaints are merely the afterthought of bad losers clutching at straws. The petitioners also started complaining long after the results had been declared at the various polling stations. And when the overall trend nationwide began to show that the first petitioner would lose the elections, indeed on December 8, 2012, after the president had said that voting should be allowed without prior fingerprint biometric verification, Bwashi Ejaku, the campaign manager of the first petitioner, gave a press conference to inform the country about the NPP's impression of the conduct of the election so far. He stated that the elections were the most transparent, credible, and peaceful elections ever held in Ghana, and that the third respondent and I, that is Asiedu Nketia, should not attempt to challenge the results. Do you recall that statement?
I don't recall it, but even if he made it, it's irrelevant.
Objection, and I've not heard any ruling on that objection, because it's not a matter that is in their pleadings, and we're saying it's also not relevant. They have attached reports of observer missions and so on. It's just in the same vein. They are all not relevant to what we're doing here.
This cross-examination, and I think is allowed to challenge the credibility of the witness. And the witness is making a statement directly to the point that there was initially at the beginning of the election complaints from their polling agents. This rebuttal is clearly intended to discredit and undermine that statement. So, respectfully, I think the question should be allowed.
Okay. Well, this the ruling of the court. By unanimous decision, the objection is overruled. The question posed is proper and relevant.
We are most grateful.
Hello, see, when I said at the beginning, I'm talking about the beginning of my evidence in chief that I was leading. If you look at my presentation, at the beginning of that presentation, I talk about the problems that we had with reports after the election of irregularities, violations, and malpractices from all over the country, which then resulted in a committee being set up, which I headed, to look into these. So it is very important that we get that clear. That nonetheless, I think the statement that you attribute to Ajako, I have not heard him make that. Even if he made that statement, it is going to be irrelevant. We are looking at the primary record of the conduct of this election.
I have ruled that the statement is relevant, so you cannot, you can't overrule our ruling. So,
yes, my lord. What, my lord?
I'm suggesting to you that your explanation now, that when you meant at the beginning, you were talking about the beginning of testimony, is actually not true. Yeah. I think he was trying to evade it by saying that that was not what he intended when he said at the beginning. He said, which one?
That's where we are.
Yes. These statements were made by your...
My lords, the record of the election, the primary record of the election is on the face of the pink sheet.
Was it made by Mr. Ajaku? This is a direct question, Doc. Stop.
This is what I'm telling you, that I am not aware he made that statement. You have said he made that statement. And I'm saying I'm not aware he made that statement.
And I'm suggesting to you that when you said earlier that when you said at the beginning, you meant the beginning of your testimony, that is not what you said, Doc.
I'm telling you what I intended. You are not in my mind. I'm telling you exactly what it is. That when I said at the beginning, I meant the beginning of the testimony. If you go back and even look at my PowerPoint presentation, the heading is the beginning of, I think there's something that says background or beginning, and I tell exactly what happened in terms of the reports of irregularities following the election that led to my being put to head this committee to investigate these violations, irregularities, and malpractices.
Now, the persons who made those reports to you you had trained them on complaint reports to the EC, did you not, as part of their training as polling agents?
Well, I'm not sure about training for complaint reports. We told them to go and do the best they could at the polling stations. They signed the polling station forms, where some of them did, and whatever they witnessed was a witnessing of what actually occurred at the polling station.
Doc, did you send them to be just passengers in the process of monitoring election on behalf of the first petitioner?
Oh, no, they were polling agents. And as I said, a polling agent, there are certain irregularities, like even a duplicate serial number or a duplicate polling station code, that a polling agent will not be able to observe. It's only when we put everything together after the election that we will be able to observe some of these things. As I said to you yesterday, if your watchman allows someone to steal, or you're able to steal from somebody's farm, even though there is a watchman, you don't blame the watchman. You blame the one who did the stealing.
No. Please. Let's stick to. You see, it's important for the records, because then we have to go through all these things. I think you've understood the court process well now after 2-3 days. So you see, let's distinguish between the procedure advised presidential debate and then court procedure. See, yes, a very different place. So let's do it as this place demands. Okay, yes.
Now, your polling stations were also trained by, polling station agents were also trained by the Electoral Commissioner, you know that?
Yes.
And if you didn't tell them, at least the Electoral Commissioner must have taught them what they were supposed to be doing at the polling stations.
I'm not privy to the training that the Electoral Commissioner provided to our agents.
Now, I'm suggesting to you, Doc, that one of the primary duties of the polling agent is to look and identify those who come to the polling station to vote against polling data. You're aware of that?
Oh, yes.
And I'm asking you, did your agents do that?
Well, that I cannot tell you. I'm sure that at the end of the day, they signed the record to reflect what exactly happened at the polling station.
Very well. I can quite remember you put...
My Lord, I think that was in relation to a specific issue, which was about the 20 polling stations. About the 22 polling stations. These are in relation to
yes, but
overvoting.
Is the procedure different?
Very well.
No.
Yeah. Now, I was on the issue of reporting. So as of now, you don't have any complaints any of them had made to the EC about the results as were declared at the various polling stations.
My Lord, the EC would announce the results even if our polling agents refuse to sign the election. They've said so. When we went to complain, the chairman told us to go to court. And this is why we are here, to bring concrete evidence before the court to make a decision on the violations, irregularities, and malpractices.
Yes, I'll come to that complaint. But what I'm saying is that, assuming that EC said they would declare the results anyway, if what you're saying is true, part of the process is that you would raise an objection in writing to those results. Is that not correct? If you ever wanted.
Again, it's speculation, assuming. We are not here to assume. Ask direct questions so the witness can answer.
That assumption is if what he said is correct. That's all. I'm not saying what he says is correct. I'm not accepting what he's saying as correct. Now, there is a process for complaining against a result that the polling agent disagrees with. Is that not correct?
There is a process, yes.
I'm suggesting to you that in none of the polling stations in which you allege any of the following: overvoting, biometric, whatever irregularity you're talking about, none of the polling stations lodged any formal complaint or oral complaint against the declared results as sorted, counted.
They witnessed the declared results. We have looked at the pink sheets and we have found the violations.
Doc, I mean, you're making everything difficult for everybody. Exactly.
Did they make complaints?
Did they? Exactly. Was there a lodged formal complaint lodged with EC in a prescribed form? You're not aware. Thank you. I'm suggesting to you that every case that you claim is overvoting could only have been attributable to administrative errors.
That is wrong, my lords.
Now, my lord, I have exhibit MBC MBC 270, and the polling station name is EP Primary School. EP Primary School, Udidi, WUDIDI, WUDIDI, and the polling station code is D161201, D161201. And this one is No, Doc, there's no voting on that sheet, is there?
On this sheet, B1, that is the total number of registered voters at the polling station, is blank. And this is, again, this is a required thing. B1, my lord. B1 is blank, and this is why we have captured it as a case of overvoting, as I explained yesterday, my lords.
But in this case, the total votes in the ballots the same as C1, is that not correct?
Yes, my lords, we define overvoting in two ways. When the total votes in the ballot box are in excess of the voters register, or the total votes in the ballot box are in excess of the number of ballots issued to voters. And in this case, it is the voters register is empty, and so we cannot make a decision based on just C1. We'll look at it on C2, on B1.
I'm suggesting to you that the true meaning of overvoting is when the ballots exceed registered voters. That is standard rudimentary, fundamental electoral practice.
Well, that standard, fundamental, rudimentary electoral practice is not what the chairman of the second respondent said. He said if at the end of the ballot, if they look at the number of ballots in the ballot box and it is exceeding the number of verified voters, and verified voters are those whom ballots are issued to, then the votes will be annulled. So it is very clear and rudimentary that overvoting also includes voting in the ballots above the verified voters or ballots issued to voters. So we have two types of overvoting.
I disagree with you, sir. Now, Exhibit MBC 89. MBC 89. Oh, my lord, I'm sorry. I'm suggesting to you that, I did suggest that there's no voting on that. Oh, I did, I'm sorry. MBC 89. MBC 89. And the polling station name is RCJHS. Adesso. RCJHS. And ADEISO. A in brackets. Adesso. A. Adesso. Adesso. You'll have to pardon me. It's my fourth language, so it's ADEISO, and then in brackets A. ADEISO. Adesso. Thank you. And the polling station is, the figure here looks like a pound sterling sign, but see, E120120A. E120120A. Yes, Doc. On that sheet, you've noticed they haven't even entered the rejected ballots. You can see that. Is that correct? Rejected ballots have not been entered.
Yeah, the rejected ballots of 16 have not been entered in the rejected ballots column.
And so the number written at the bottom of the sheet, where total number of ballots in the ballot box should be, is a repetition of the total valid votes cast, which is 560. Is that correct?
Actually, what is in C1 is 561.
Oh, can you answer my question, please?
But that's the answer to your
question. No, I'm asking what is at the bottom. What is repeated at the bottom? They've repeated 5. What is at the bottom of the sheet?
The total votes in the ballot box, which is A plus B here, is 560.
560?
Yes.
And that is a repetition of total valid votes cast. Is that not correct?
Yeah, because they did not include the rejected ballots.
So that is obviously administrative error. Would
obviously?
It not be? Obviously.
I'm not sure. Let me just give me the calculator. Let me calculate this again.
And you think that should affect the results?
Inferences and arguments. You see, because all we want is the facts.
Facts. I appreciate
inference
that.
Is a question of law.
Okay.
You see, what inference to draw from a matrix of facts. It's a question of law. And
yes, counsel. Even though it wasn't included, the total here, if you include it, should actually be 561.
So that is clearly no overvoting.
It's put there at 560. And so if what is in the C1, as I've said, is 561, then this shouldn't be counted as overvoting. But then again, as I've said, that I don't have the full list. I can't refer to see if this has been taken out or whether we are still relying on this.
You said that ad nauseum. Don't keep repeating it. The number there is 461. Is that not correct? 561.
You were saying that it had just been lifted, and I've just corrected the record to say that this is actually, it's not that he did not consider it. It looks like he did consider it. He just didn't put it in there as part of that. So it should really be 561.
Doc, I did not say that any figure was lifted from the bottom to the top. I did not say that. I'm asking a simple question. Isn't the figure written in C1 4561? Is that not correct?
Oh, it's correct.
So there is no overvoting on this sheet, is there?
Oh yes, I would agree with you because of.
But you've included it as overvoting, Doc.
No, if it is, then it will be wrong. We're willing to. I mean, we are not here to just make up numbers. We are here to find the truth. And if this is not overvoting, we are willing to admit it's not overvoting. It's not something that you want to push. They've got to get the truth out.
That's refreshing.
Because the total rejected ballots was actually 14 and not 16.
Lord, I have exhibit MBC 137. Lord, sorry, I withdraw that. Exhibit MBC 46. MBC 46. And the polling station name is Kwakufe Chrome. AWAKUFE. One word, and Chrome is written another word. KROM, and in brackets CMB. KROM. M for mother. Yes, my lord. And in brackets CMB. And the polling station code is G053603.
The previous exhibit, the exhibit that we just what's the figure in the last column, the total column? 560. The 60. Then the C1 is
561.
So if you add the rejected ballots to the total number of ballots, what do you get? 561. So meaning the total number there is wrong. The total is wrong.
Because the rejected ballots hadn't been filled in at all.
No, the rejected ballots, when put together, is 60, isn't it?
That is true. If your Lordship looks at the form, and it's the point we have been making that these are sometimes just clerical errors. Here, yes, Doc. Would you say this exhibit constituted support over voting?
Yes, my lords. It's a clear case of overvoting.
Why do you say that?
Lords, the total number of ballots issued to voters on the polling station register is 63, and the total number of ballots in the ballot box is 67.
Yeah. Now, if you look on the sheet, you would notice that 67 was written first and cancelled, and 63 written by it. You can see that, don't you?
Presumably that's the correct one, my lords.
You can see that, can you? That is apparent, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So, and 63 represents the valid votes cast, is it not?
Yes, it does.
Now I'm suggesting to you that that could only have been put there in error.
No, my lords, that could only have been put there before the vote count was made, because that was what was required.
If it was put there before the vote count, there would have been no need to cancel it.
This is why it's invalid. It's illegal.
Now, exhibit MBC 287. MBC 287. The name is RC Primary School, Aveime. Actually, it's Aveime. Aveime. And the polling station code is D080801. D080801. I beg your pardon, my lord. That is my primary language. Yes, all right. Yes. Doc, would you say there is overvoting on this exhibit?
On the face of it, there is. I can add up the numbers too. Yes, my Lord, there is overvoting on this form. C1 is 706, that is the ballots issued to voters, and the total number of votes in the ballot box is 713.
I'm suggesting to you that, in fact, there is no overvoting because you did not add spoiled ballots to the issued ballots.
Spoiled ballots to issued ballots?
Absolutely, they are part of the issued ballots.
Actually, Council, if a ballot is spoiled, it is reissued. So the total number of ballots that are issued, it excludes the spoiled ballots, because you reissue to the voter the ballot that has been spoiled. So I think you've got to understand this properly.
Doc, I'm happy you have brought that out, but it shows clearly you don't yourself understand the arithmetics. Spoiled ballots are part of issued ballots. They are different from rejected ballots.
Spoiled ballots,
they are part of issued. I'm just telling you what should be on the face of that document which you are attacking since you stood that box. I am suggesting to you that spoiled ballots are part of issued ballots and ought to be accounted for.
Oh, they have to be accounted for, but the ballots actually issued to voters, verified to vote, are in C1. And that is what you have to compare with what is in the ballot box.
In fact, in doing the arithmetics, you are obliged to add spoiled ballots to whatever figure you get at ballots in the ballot box to make up issued ballots. That is the correct arithmetic.
That will be weird arithmetic. It's that is not the case.
I'm suggesting to you that
Your suggestion, what they said, I'm suggesting to you that spoiled ballots are part of issued ballots.
And therefore should be added to make up C1. Should be added to whatever figure you find under total ballots in ballot box at the bottom. To see, they should be added to that to make C1. They must be added. And if you add 7 spoiled ballots to the total votes in ballot box, you will get issued ballots. And that is the correct accounting.
That is wrong, actually, quite plain wrong. If you did that and then also put in what is the spoiled ballots and added an up, you will be double counting. You will not get the total ballots issued. It's very clear.
But Doc, spoiled ballots are not counted as valid ballots. There's a distinction.
Sure, but the
spoiled
total
ballots are not counted as valid ballots.
Yes, but the total number of ballots issued to voters who are verified to vote is actually exactly what it is. If you have 70 people, the number of ballots issued to you to vote 70 in the line will be 70. The fact that some of them were spoiled and therefore replaced will be accounted for in the ballot accounting. But that number in C1 is actually what was the issue to people verified to vote.
Doc, that is the ballot accounting, because when you pull it out, you pull a stub out of the booklet. You know that. You pull it from a booklet. Maybe the voter has messed it up, has voted wrongly, and he returns it and is issued with another one. You know that.
Yes, Counsel. If you have total ballots issued, you will find those that have been used, those that have been spoiled, those that have been unused. The total of these 3 categories will give you the total number of ballots issued to the polling station. But in terms of those used, those are in C1, those that have been issued to voters verified to vote. You can still do your ballot accounting with the different categories properly labeled.
I'm suggesting to you that you've got this one completely, absolutely, irredeemably wrong.
Also, you are the one who's got it wrong.
Yes.
I recall that. Sorry.
This proposition.
So, Doc, when you add the 7 spoiled, yes, my lord.
We're trying to get your electoral proposition quite clear.
Yes.
Your electoral thesis is that spoiled ballots are part of issued ballots.
Yes.
And should be added to the figure in C1.
No, it should be added to total votes in ballot box.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is very funny. That's why.
Sorry. My lord, sorry. My lord, I'm sorry.
It's just cannot be. That kind of thing cannot be. So it's just.
Yeah.
it's part of issued ballot.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting is this. In order to get the total number of issued ballots,
Yes.
issued ballots in C1, you need to put together arithmetically total valid votes total rejected votes and total spoiled ballots. That accounts for all ballots that are issued at the polling station.
And is that the figure in C1?
That should be the figure in C1. That should be the figure in C1. Because that takes account of all sheets that have been torn from the booklet and used, whether rejected, spoiled, or valid. They are replaced and go into valid votes or rejected votes. When you cast, they are replaced and they are used, they are either accounted for in valid votes or rejected votes. But the ones that are replaced, the ones that are not used, must be brought together with all the rest so that you can account for instance, one booklet. Let's say this booklet has 20 ballot papers. And out of that, we issue 10, for instance. Now, the stubs would show, and that's how they count them, looking at the first stub and the last stub. The stub would show that 0 to 10 have been taken off. If during voting somebody has made a mistake with one vote and he comes back, we take that spoiled ballot and you enter it here, single one, but you issue another one. It means in all you've issued 11 ballots. And therefore, when you finish all the arithmetic, you must come back to that single ballot, add it to the rest in order to account for that booklet. It's a simple thing. And in fact, I'm surprised he doesn't understand it either.
Well, but
See what? Yes. See, when you look at C6,
Yes, my lord.
it is what is the total of C1, right? Plus C2,
Yes.
plus C3, plus C4.
Yes.
That is, so C6 is a total of C1
Yes.
plus C2 plus C3 plus C4.
But that goes to A1.
That yes, that is A1.
A1. It doesn't go to C1.
Yes.
It goes to A1.
Yes.
Yes, but it has to go to A1.
Exactly. But I'm telling you that
The ballot accounting is to account for the ballots that have been issued to the
I'm trying to
polling
explain
station.
something to your lordship, not to you. Can you excuse me? Now, in order to account for that booklet, that single booklet you have used, the only way you can make sure that all of it is accounted for is to add the spoiled ballots. That is why C1, which is ballots issued, actually issued, whether used properly or not, must include spoiled ballots. Well, that is. Well, I believe EC will come and tell us what the real accounting is. But that is across board. Your Lord, my Lord, may I just give a graphic? May I just give a graphic example?
I think
That cannot.
My Lord, and I'm happy that we disagree, my Lord. It means that with 1 or 2 weeks, electoral officers, I'm a lawyer, electoral officers are expected to follow through all of these and accurately in every single instance get it right. Here you are, my Lord. Learned people disagreeing on this.
Well, it's figures. It's not law.
Absolutely. And these are not always very, so.
And we have not gone through the thesis of the electoral laws as you have gone.
My Lord, the point is well made. I think that is our position.
That C1.
Okay. That C1 comprises 1, all valid votes cast. 2, rejected ballots. 3, spoiled ballots. You then be properly accounting for C1.
Well, okay. Well, the EC will come anyway.
I have absolutely no doubt because the elections have been carried on so many years. They will explain to us.
Well, you've done well, but you can at best only be an interim electoral commissioner.
Now,
final one.
I'm suggesting to you that if you add spoiled ballots in C4 to total votes in ballot box, there would be no overvoting in exhibit MBC 287.
Council, that would be totally wrong. If you are accounting for the ballots, you are adding the total that has been used, the total that has been spoiled to the total that has been unused. If you did that accounting and added spoiled ballots to C1 and you're adding C1, C2, C4, you double count. So it's not really, it's not correct. It's not correct ballot accounting to add spoiled ballots to actually what has been issued. It's just not correct.
I'm suggesting to you that...
So you're wrong.
I'm suggesting to you that you will not double count because you'll be accounting for ballots in booklets, how they were used.
The
or
counting,
not used.
C6 tells you how to get the total, the accounting. So if it's properly configured, you should then get the accounting from there. And it asks you to add C4 to C1. If you add C4 to C1 and C4 is already included in C1, you will be double counting.
I'm suggesting to you, my Lord, I've been informed that there is a nana behind me and that it is wrong to keep a nana hungry.
Yeah, that's what I was coming to. Is that part of your cross-examination?
No.
But I was going to rule that, if we don't go on lunch break, it will affect clarity of thinking. So we have a lunch break. It's wanted to go at 2, now it's 2:20. So 1 hour from now.
Yes.
Okay, 3. We'll come back at 3 o'clock. Come back at 3 o'clock.
Exhibit MBC 74. And the name is APROKUMASE. Aprocomase. APROKUMASE. LA Primary School. And the polling station code is E133604. 133604. You say there is overvoting?
Yes, my lord, there is overvoting.
Why do you say that?
My lord, the total Number of ballots in the ballot box is 355, and the total ballots issued to voters on the polling station register is 354.
Now, if you
ballots in the box is 355. The number of ballots issued to voters on the polling station register is 354.
notice in the C column that there is one spoiled ballot.
Yes, there's one spoiled ballot under C4.
Added that you'd get the number as the now. Clearly, there's been a wrong entry on C1. Is that not correct?
That is not correct. I don't see what is clear about that.
Yes. I'll leave that question for. I'll come back to that. Now, clearly there is a wrong entry on C1. Is that not
I don't see what is a wrong entry. There is an entry. 354 ballots issued to voters on the register. There's nothing on C1 that tells you it is a wrong entry, my lords.
Now,
recorded in which column?
is in C4.
4?
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Yeah.
On to be sure.
If you just added that one spoiled ballot, you would get 355.
Yeah, but you just can't add that one spoiled ballot. That would be wrong, my lords.
I have exhibit MBC 73. And the name is Wedi RC Primary. I think that's what it is. EOA DUA also, I'm not sure about RC Primary. BOADUA RC Primary. And the polling station code is E171505. 50 E1 exhibit MBC 73. MBC 73. And the polling station code is E171505. would appear that total votes in ballot box at the bottom was repeated at E1. Is that not correct?
That's not correct, my lord.
It's the same figure, is that not?
It's not.
What figure is that total votes?
449.
What is that?
441.
What is the...
Yes, my lord. Total votes in the ballot box A plus B is 449. The total number of ballots issued to voters on the polling station register, 441.
That's
441.
I'm suggesting to you that it's 449. suggesting to you that
Yes, there is, my lord.
Exhibit MBC 211. First name is faint, but I can see LA Primary School. LA Primary School, and the polling station code is N240201. N240201. I can only read last three letters, ABA, but the ones before I can't. But what is clear is LA Primary School. I think the code should give you sufficient. Code is actually starts with H and it's not N. It's H. It starts with H and not N.
Lords, on the previous one, calculations show that the total should actually be 450. MBC 73. Wadia Primary. You add up the numbers in the box, which I just did. Total, including rejected ballots, is 450. And so even if C1 is 449, you will still have overvoting.
Number 449 is the same number as total votes in the ballot box. In the same way, it's lifted and repeated under C1. Is that correct?
Council, if you add the numbers in there, you will get 450.
Answer, on the face of that document, is the total votes in ballot box the same as what is stated in C1?
Please
is that
calm,
what
calm
is stated
down, calm
on the
down,
sheet
and then let
of
me answer.
the paper?
The total stated as the total votes in the ballot box is wrong. It is 449.
Is it the same? Is it the same as the number in C1? Yes.
No, it isn't. The number in C1 is 441, and I'm telling you that there is overvoting, because if you add the total number of votes, it's 450, and compared to 441, you have overvoting, my lords.
I'm suggesting to you that the number in total written as total votes in ballot box is the same as the number in C1.
It isn't. It's like the previous one we had. If you add these numbers up, you will actually get 450 and not 449.
I'm asking you what is written there, and I'm suggesting to you that is it or it is not?
It's 449 written there. The total C1 is 441. So it is not, my lords.
Now, the number indicated as total votes in ballot box AB is what number?
The number there is 501, but if you give me the calculator, I'll calculate.
I will not give you a calculator yet. Now, the number indicated in C1 is what?
It's 501, I think. C1 is 502.
And the one at total votes in ballot box again is what?
501, even though total valid votes is 587.
Now you may have your calculator. I'll want it back though.
Yes, my lords, the calculations show that the total votes in the ballot box is 600, whereas the total ballots issued is 502.
602. C1 is 602, Doctor. It's not 502. I'm suggesting to you that C1 is 602.
C1 is 502.
And that there is no overvoting in respect of this exhibit. up to, can I call out? My Lord, this is exhibit MBC. Is cancelled out. 127 cancelled. That's the best I can say for it. 127 cancelled because what is being replaced with is not apparent on the face of the pink sheet. Now the name is Belford. B-E-L-F-O-R-D. B-E-L-F-O-R-D. JHSA. Belford JHSA. And the code is C122401A. C122401A. Now, can you read out to the court what number is written as total votes in ballot box A and B?
Total votes in the ballot box is 664.
And what is indicated in C1?
C1 is also 664.
So essentially it's a repetition of the...
Yeah, but you have not added rejected ballots to this. So the total votes in the ballot box should be 664 plus 7. And you will get your overvoting. My lords, can I ask for a calculator as for myself, if they can bring me a calculator?
Yes. I'm suggesting to you that this is clearly just entry error. Repetition of the total votes in C1.
That is not the case, my lord. C1 was supposed to be filled before you get to fill in the total votes in the ballot box. So if in fact there is a transposition, maybe it's the reverse. But the bottom line is that we cannot read the mind of the presiding officer, my lord.
Now, you would notice also that the presiding officer was supposed to have filled the column for total rejected ballots and the votes obtained in figures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of course, he didn't fill that either.
Of course, it didn't fail that either. But in calculating total votes, we add total valid votes plus rejected ballots, and that is what we compare with ballots issued.
I'm suggesting to you that this was just a clear error on the part of the presiding officer.
My Lord, this was a clear illegality on the part of the second respondent.
Lord, Exhibit MBC.
Hold on. Saying that the total in the ballot box, you have to add what? The rejected.
My Lord, yes.
Votes.
The total valid votes plus the rejected ballots that get you the total in the ballot box. In this case, the total valid votes was 664. The rejected ballots is 7. So that will give you 771 votes in the ballot box. But the total number of ballots issued to voters to vote was 664. And this is why you have overvoting.
And I'm suggesting to you that it was simply because he failed to add the rejected ballots. That's all.
Counsel, you and I were not there. We can only rely on the evidence on the face of the pink sheet. And that suggests that there was overvoting.
And in those polling stations, you didn't receive any complaints, written complaints, did you? About people not being qualified to vote? You did not.
In those polling stations, our agents attested to the results in those polling stations, and those results indicate overvoting, my Lord.
I'm suggesting to you that in those stations, in fact, all the stations, your polling station agents attested to the actual valid votes counted and attributed to each candidate.
They attested to the results that were recorded for each candidate as being such. They did not attest to it being fair or free or whatever. They just attested to it being such. And that is what we are looking at and making sure. The agents don't run this election, my lords. It's the EC that runs the election. So we cannot shift responsibility.
I'm suggesting to you, sir, that indeed, if your agents had any complaint with the results as declared and attributed to each candidate, they would have formally filed complaints against them.
Well, the complaints came to us variously, and we have formally filed a complaint to the highest court in the land that deals with election petitions, and this is why we are here.
I think I will answer that. Now, Exhibit MBC 182. Exhibit MBC 182. In what I can see, my lords, as the name is Nataco, Nataco, and the polling station is Nataco, and the polling station is H. H, I think is 142311. I beg your pardon. 1H142311. Now, read out the number indicated at the total votes in ballot box.
933.
Read out the number in C1.
I think C1 is 34. It's either 933 or 934. That's how I'm.
Now, Means you can't be sure what the number is.
It looks like a 934, but it also looks like a 933. So
really,
in either case, we should not count this as an overvote. Either case.
So that is not an overvote situation.
Or 934. I still don't know if it is part of our data right now. Not being able to look at it.
It is apparent on the face of the pink sheet.
Yeah.
Exhibit MBC 17. Exhibit MBC 17. The name is RC Primary Tontochrome. TON RC Primary. The name is TONTOKROM. And the code is F074301. 074301. So, please read out the number at the bottom. Total voting ballot box.
473.
473.
That's the number written there.
And the number in C1?
458.
458. Now, what number was placed under B as total rejected ballots? 34. Now look under D column. What number is there?
17.
So obviously the number recorded as total rejected ballots under column B, total rejected votes, and added to total valid vote is not correct, is it?
Let us. The correct number should really be 453.
So there is no overvoting on this sheet, is there?
Yeah, there is no. If you add them up like this, there's no overvoting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Exhibit MBC 187. Sorry, 188. Exhibit MBC 188. There is absolutely no indication about what the name of the polling station is. The code what I can decipher is H22 H62 H62 2003 H62 2003. Read out to the court the total votes in ballot box A and B.
118.
What is the number indicated in C1?
118. The C1 looks like it's 118. So let's just add up the numbers. The total votes in the ballot box per the addition is 119. That is total, and C1 is 118.
Come again, sorry.
That the total votes in the ballot box as per the addition is 119. C1 is 118. A case of overvoting.
I'm suggesting to you that in this case, simply error of lifting total votes in ballot box and filling the same figure, feeding the same figure into C1. This administrative error.
Well, the previous case, you didn't say it was a simple error. You used the error to claim there was no overvoting. You and I were not there. We can only go by what is on the pink sheet, my lord, and that is it.
The previous case, I just indicated that people make errors. That's all I try to show. That was also an error. Now,
violations can always be described as errors, but these are violations, malpractices, and irregularities that impact on votes.
Are you suggesting that this was a deliberate act?
The pink sheet speaks for itself, my lord.
Are you suggesting this was a deliberate act?
The pink sheet speaks for itself, my lord.
You're saying it's a malpractice, Doc. I'm asking you if you were saying that this was a deliberate act by the Electoral Commission.
My lord, all I can see is that total votes in the ballot box is 119. Total ballots issued to voters is 118. So it is overvoting. I cannot impugn motive. I'm just telling you what it is, what the pink sheet says, my lord.
So, is this a malpractice?
It is an illegality.
Is it a malpractice? You use the word, I didn't, Doc. Is this your definition of malpractice?
This is my definition of illegality. It's not really mine, it's CI 75.
Sometimes sound doesn't have,
these are well-trodden grounds, I understand.
Trodden and retrodden. Because if he says that there was overvoting, as he is saying, overvoting cannot be a regular thing. It must be a malpractice. So once he's standing on that, I don't see...
With the greatest respect, malpractice imputes willfulness to undermine a process. That's why I wanted to make the distinction.
Yes, but he's...
And it carries with it a higher burden of proof in law. That is why I wanted to make...
Yes, but what he is saying is that he's only basing himself on the face of the record. And that's what he can do. And the rest... maybe spiritual, which...
My Lord, Exhibit MBC 183. MBC 183. The name is not clear, but the polling station is SB MBC 183. Polling station code is H200303. H200303. Can you read out the figures in column C at the bottom, total votes in ballot box? Can you read it out?
That is 684.
And what figure is indicated in column C1?
675.
What figure is indicated as total rejected votes at the bottom?
24 is what is recorded in D6.
But what is recorded under column D? Should be 14, shouldn't it?
D2 is 8 and D4 is 6. That should be 14, yes.
Clearly, there was an error in recording total rejected votes at the bottom. Is that not correct? Total votes in ballot box. Please mention it.
684.
And total votes in C1.
One is 675, I think.
Total votes rejected as recorded at the bottom. B, at the bottom.
Yeah, it's recorded as 24, but it is from D1 to D6 would be 14. So there is an error. One doesn't know which way the error, but we should really go with what is in the boxes, D1 to D6. 14 total rejected ballots.
If you added the correct numbers, you would not have overvoting, would you?
That's correct. You will have 674.
Which is less than issued ballots, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
There's no overvoting.
That's correct.
Exhibit MBC 145. MBC 145, and the polling station is Presby Church. I'll try and spell it. Presby Church, AHYIAYEM. AHYIAYEM. Shim. And the polling station code is G061704. G061704. What figure is recorded at total votes in ballot box?
92.
And what is recorded in C1?
91.
Now, what is recorded as rejected ballots?
It's not very clear. There's a mark in D6, but it's not clear. But it's put as 2 in A plus B in rejected ballots down there.
Doc, I can see only one written at the top, D2. Nothing else written at the bottom.
This is what I'm saying, that there's a mark, but I'm not sure exactly.
So you don't know what is there, essentially.
What is there at the bottom here is 2. This is what has been put there. I'm not sure what the total here is from the D boxes, so we can only go by what is under rejected ballots in section B.
Doug, you have seen mistakes being made on simple addition of rejected ballots. In D2, there is only 1 over there, so there shouldn't be 2 at the bottom. That's what I'm suggesting to you.
So it could be the case, it could not be the case.
Absolutely.
So, what we are going by is what is on here. It's clear that, I don't know what the total here is, and he's put it down as 2, so that's what I have to take.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that what is at the bottom does not reflect on the face of the pink sheet what is at the top.
Well, on the face of the pink sheet is 2 at the bottom. What is at the top is not clear, so I'll go with the 2 at the bottom.
What is at the top, Doc? Just be honest. Is 1. There is 1 clearly written at the top there.
There's 1 at the top.
Absolutely.
And if you go down, you see another 1 in D3.
There is
no
take
another
in
look
D3.
at it, I'll take another look at it.
I have looked at it, Doc. There is no 1 in D3.
I have looked at it, and there is 1 in D3.
Well, how long will this go on?
My Lord, I'm cross-examining.
You're saying is 1. I mean, how long will it go on?
My Lord, these interruptions don't help, really.
Well,
they don't help. If you're bored, say. What is this? Disagreeing with the witness about what he claims to be a number.
The witness of being dishonest.
I'm actually suggesting to him he's being dishonest. It's a direct suggestion. I am not squirming away from that. Because I think he is being dishonest, counsel. I'm allowed to suggest to a witness that he's either not telling the truth or he's being dishonest.
Because
and that is permissible.
And he says the thing is 2.
That is permissible under cross-examination, counsel.
Watch us. Yes, can you finalize that question once and for all and we move? Saying that there's only 1 at the top.
There is only 1 at the top. And we're saying that the 2 at the bottom does not reflect the actual total.
There's 1 at the top and 2 at the bottom.
The 2 is supposed to be a summary of what is at the top. But at the top, there is only 1.
Okay, witness, how many 1s are there? And on the pension. And how many 2s? Yes.
Let them bring the...
Counsel and the witness. When you are talking of the figures, call them according to their column numbers. Sometimes you say C1, that's a column. Something in the box, sometimes at the top, and sometimes at the bottom. I mean, use the coded numbers.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Exhibit, I'm suggesting to you that in respect of the exhibit you're holding, there is no overvoting.
I disagree. In respect of the exhibit I'm holding, there is overvoting.
Exhibit MBC 281. MBC 281. And the name is EP Primary. EP. SIBI, EP Primary, SIBI, Hilltop, hyphenated, Hilltop, and the polling station code D250502, D250502. Please, let me call out the exhibit number. It's MBC 305. That's right, I have called it.
But we are waiting for the question.
Yes, my lord. Please read out what is indicated at C at the bottom. Total balance
361.
And what is indicated at column C1?
361.
Now,
So
what
let's
is in
add up?
It adds, yeah, I'm sure. C1 is 361, and C at the bottom, which is the total number of ballots in the ballot box.
Are there two C's?
There is
You
C.
mentioned C361, C1 361.
Yes,
And what?
my lord, they are not the same. At the bottom of the pink sheet, where the aggregate figures are placed, column A is valid votes. Column B is rejected votes. Column C is total ballots in the ballot box,
Yes.
which is A plus B of that section.
Yes.
At the top is the C column, where C1 is indicated. One
Yeah,
indicates
we've understood all that. I'm saying that you were putting, your first question was C.
at the bottom.
There's only one C on the pink sheet, isn't it?
No, my lord, there are two.
Two C's.
The top one is C1, C2, C3. That's the whole.
So there's C and then C1, C2 at the top.
There's a C column,
Yes.
which accounts for. If I may just over here is ballot accounting, C.
Yes.
At the bottom here
Yes.
is a separate column where
Yes.
the aggregate results are placed.
Yes.
A is total valid ballots, total valid votes. B is total rejected votes from D6 above. And C is total votes in ballot box. That's A plus B. So when I say
so-
C at the bottom,
Yes.
I mean that. I mean
Okay.
total votes in ballot box.
Yes.
A and B.
That's what you said, 361.
Yes, my lord.
And then C1, 361.
361. Yes.
And then what again?
He said he wants to calculate. And the rejected ballots.
Rejected ballots, is it not D something?
D6. But there is a portion as D downstairs.
Lords,
Yes.
yes, when you add up the total ballots in the ballot box, I think you're about 372 are added up again. The total votes to the ballot C1 is 361. So this is why there is overvoting, my lords.
The total is what, 374?
Let me just. Yeah, it's about 368.
As the total in the box?
Total the numbers is 360. And the total in C1 is 361.
Now I'm suggesting to you that this was clearly an error of picking up the total votes in the ballot and filling part C1 with it.
You and I were not there. We can only take the evidence on the face of the pink sheet.
I suggested to him that was clearly an administrative error. It's on the page.
Right, so today the cross-examination has continued and sitting has been adjourned to tomorrow for 8.